Check my audio live. Yeah, I'm on. Okay. So, yeah, before anyone gets here, I'm just going to start with I've been last night, and a lot of it is done, but I mean, I don't know how much is far to go because I need to, every time I fix something new pops up. I upgraded the project to Godot 4.4 so that I could enforce type safety or static typing in all of my code, basically. But that comes with a lot of problems switching over where I only like haphazardly put them in when I remembered. Because now I'm enforcing it and it's going to throw up an error if I am missing any types. But I really need to make sure that everything. And it's going to like really improve legibility of my own code and being able to fix bugs and stuff like that. So I'm just going to work on that a bit. Maybe until people come in, and then maybe I'll switch to some pixel art later or something like that. But depends how today goes. All right, well, we got errors in this script. I have to click through like all the scripts and make sure that they're properly typed and all that. So this would be. See, I'm trying to remember things like this variable that just say party window to switch from. That's some UI element, but which one? I'll need to refresh my memory. Well, I wanted to open up the scene, but this is what I wanted. It's probably. Let me just check. So we're assigning party members to that. It's maybe a switch party member window, or maybe it's the main one. Probably party stat window. You could set party members to it, get party members. Party window to switch from equals null. I think I would only do that if I'm swapping somebody out. Okay, so when I swap, this is a backup party box. Which is down here essentially. Oh, actually that might be. I think that's from the pause menu that I'm still using that because now this is the switch one. Party window to switch from. That might be either the active ones or the backup ones. Let me pull up pause. Yeah, so we have an active party box and pause party member window. So I'm guessing that is either one. Okay, and that's the one on the pause menu. All right. Okay. What script is this? Pause party member window. Also including class names and all that. See, the fact that I even forget what some of this is a result of me not putting in class names and not putting in these types. And that was stupid. That was me starting the project and just kind of haphazardly coding and just putting in what works. But I started the project in Godot 3, which I believe did not have the option to enforce static typing. And now I have that option. So I could do it myself and make sure and go like comb through all my code, but I wanted to throw up an error. So like while I'm here, this is a void function. This is a void function. Now what do I assign to party? Do I assign to party? I mean, the word party is used all over the place, so Control F isn't helping me here, but that might have been just leftover line from something else I tried to do. Okay, so this is assigning a party member. And then the assigned party member is stored. Then we have the active member. Yeah, no, it appears not. Okay. That's a void function. Let me just copy that. Void function is like the most common thing that I need to place in here. The goal is to get it to all compile when I enforce static typing. I could turn off enforcement and just kind of pick at it and then turn it off and then it'll run. And then at least I'll have like more progress than I did, but the goal here is to enforce it. So we're here, pause party member window. Okay. So like even assigning types to variables like that, sometimes I have to go to another script and put in a class name so that I can. And then when I look here and I'm like, what is that referring to? I can just check. And it's so much better. There's no real argument for not having like a statically typed language. I just think and I slipped into it because GD script allows that, and it's very like Python, where I just kind of let things go. A lot of times if something worked, then I'd be like, if I don't need to touch the script again, I don't need to put in all the types. But you always end up needing to go back and look at more of the code in retrospect than you think you're going to. Okay, I'm looking for a row, so that's an integer. That's an iterator, that's an int. So a window that we want to fill is the child of a backup party box. The box contains the windows, actually. So let me go back to that. That's backup party box, and then it contained pause party member windows. And I need to correct some of the names. Like I think the first place that I put this before I had the option to switch in battle was in the pause menu. I had like an active party box and a backup party box, and then there's pause party member windows. So this has pause. I think this script should have like active party box or pause active party box on it, pause backup party box, and then like put the prefix battle on the battle ones. And it just makes things more clear. A lot of what I'm doing here is like do it now, get it fixed up, get it more clear, and then that'll help me fix the remaining UI bugs I have. This is the party member. I just need to, yeah. Okay, so this is deselecting pause party member windows. If we're swapping, temp is get child selected. Dot assign party member is a party member. So we're swapping the party members themselves. Okay. Now what I'm not sure here is if on the side I have every script open here. So I could click through them, or I could just search for .gd. Which might, that's probably more comprehensive. Like container, is that open? Well, I suppose it is. I don't know if I've ever really closed them, but okay, so item loot is an array of item counts, which is a resource I have that has, well, it's just a pairing of an item name and the count of how many you have. So the loot would be what's in a container, like a treasure chest. But that makes it more clear. Exit door, okay. Why is that not working? Okay. Player camera has no static type. Okay. What's the type of that? Let me just check what's being passed in. So player camera passes in itself, I suppose. Okay. Checking that all these have I want to change that name. I don't think anything would reference that. There's a few that are a little bit okay, treasure chest. Something else using the namespace container. Container must be one for the UI elements that Godot uses, so I can't overwrite it. Yeah. Okay. Let's change the name then. Lootable container. pass the player camera in by its type. Destination scene, I believe, is just a string in this case. It's not an actual packed scene. There we go. This looks like a bool. And why am I passing in player camera? Let's see. I believe maybe it was originally if the door had to check if it overlapped with it or something, but that's being handled by the player camera controller. Like, it detects what kind of object it's looking at and then does an appropriate action. Yeah, because this is not being used. Okay. Okay, torch is good. Spike trap seems to be good. V cycler menu, H cycler menu. Got a couple errors down here. The remainder should be just an integer. Okay, so the child of a cycler menu. I don't necessarily know what they are because it's a generic type of thing. So we'll put a node for now. To give you any type of node. These enemies should be mostly sorted out. This bat is like the first sprite that I just quickly drew up to test some stuff out, but it's not a real enemy type. So it might get deleted later, but I want to make sure everything has its class name and there's no errors that pop up. The largest scripts in the game are like the battle scene, the probably party member and enemy types, the battle manager, and skill, like the logic for how that works. Random target, what is that? Okay. Right. This is the enemy logic for attacking a party member randomly. So the Necromancer would try to randomly use Fireball, and then they would have this function attack randomly, which is like in the superclass of enemy. But this could get sorted away, I guess, for anybody that is going to randomly use Fireball. You do. Logic that's pulled up the tree a little bit, but if I was to do like a full refactor, it would be mostly UI stuff. But right now I'm just making sure that everything is strongly typed. Assign skill. What is this? Script skill options. Skill options. What is that? I'm not sure where this script comes from. Is this just the... Let's see. That might be the confirm menu for when you use a skill. No. Skill confirm menu. I'm suspecting it's in here though. Skill options. Okay. Got a few things to fix. Right. Well, let's put the class name on it. Put that on. Boolean. Product skills. Oh, that would be when you're fusing two party members together, which ones that you take optionally, like you could choose some of their skills. So I'm trying to remember. I put in like a little test for that, but fusion display maybe? Skill options. Right. What is the child of this? What does it get populated with? Okay, that's going to be a bit to untangle. Okay, so skill options right here, when this menu is activated, it gets populated with new skill option, which is... Where is that? var. Okay, well, first, this is a party member. Choice. Menu, I could probably rename that something better because I don't even know what that means. New skill option. Okay. Right here. We're loading Fusion skill box. Which its script probably is. Huh. What is this using? Fusion skill box. Okay. Gotta rename that. Skill option. I want to see the full Fusion menu. Fusion display. Okay. So get child selected, that would be a Fusion skill box, and then the assigned skill would just be a skill. I need to make sure of like some places I might have been sloppy and just referred to a skill by a string, but in other places it's the actual type. And this is why like I'm trying to strongly type everything, because I'm like, if I can see this here, and there's places where it might not look right where I am referring to it by string and it might work, but I might want to just change it so that it's more robust like that. Okay, the next slot, product skills dot get child. Is one of these Fusion skill boxes. Oh, depending on how many skills we have is how many of these we need to use. Fusion skill box. And then for child in, we're still in skill options. That would be a Fusion skill box. And then after I put in all the types, I'm just going to launch the game a bunch, and then it's probably going to crash a bunch. Let's see where I fucked up. Okay, so we were down to here. It seems fixed. Product skills. Product skills. Okay, its children are also Fusion skill box. This is a menu I haven't looked at in a while. It was definitely left half finished while I was working more on the battle menu. Could not find Fusion skill box in the current skill. Oh, wrong K. Whoa. Hello. Hello, everybody. Pretty good. Yeah, how are things going? Pretty good. I'm just kind of retyping, or I'm enforcing typing on my Godot code, because when I started my project, it was in Godot 3, and it doesn't enforce static typing, so you don't need to put in the type of all your variables and stuff like that, but I find it's way better if you do, because then you know what every type is. So I just kind of started on that. Been working on it, and I think later I might switch over to a sprite here, and I'm redesigning the battle clock to be like a radial battle clock. Oh my god, wow, its viewers just jumped up. Bunch of people came over. That's awesome. Thank you. I need to launch the game. Well, the game is going to crash if I have it now. How's the best to show it? Let's see what I want to do with the battle clock. Oh, yeah, no, I had a mock-up here. So, like, this is the bottom screen where, like, all your party members' info are here, and then your actions pop up out of here, and I thought this was a great space instead of having that bar with, like, the timing on it to put a sort of clock for your battle turn. And I was trying to divide it up to see, like, if you have 8 positions in each direction, does that look any good, or is it too small to see? So yeah, I'm going to be working on that. This is how it looks now. It's just kind of a meter that goes from like red as your opponent's turn to green as your turn. And then you spend that amount of time. But I'm changing it. And right now I'm just working on code. Game won't launch until I fix this. Because once you enforce static typing, and then you start putting it in, if it like doesn't, some of the types don't match up, then it's not going to work. But it's been going pretty good. It's something I need to do right now. How's everybody going? Y'all having a good day? Oh, I wasn't scrolled down the chat all the way. TBD Gamer, yeah, you work in C#. I kind of wish that I had set up the C# version of Godot when I started, but I don't think converting to the language now it would be a great idea for me, but I'm glad I upgraded to Godot 4 specifically so that I could enforce static typing on myself. What was your stream about today? What were you working on? Yeah, I think if I made a second game, I'd probably go with Unity. I actually learned C# as my first language, like before I went back to university to learn programming, like officially. I was just doing it as a hobby, and I learned C# specifically to learn Unity, and I just kind of put that aside to go to college again. But so in a way, it's my weakest language because I did it a long time ago, and there was a lot I didn't know about programming. But I want to pick it up again. And I picked up Godot when I made this, started making this game. You're building a project management tool, and you're working on getting yourself unstuck from some poor design decision. That's what I'm doing right now. Getting myself unstuck from some poor design decisions. Yeah, I think so. Godot, especially when I started with Godot 3, it just let me shoot myself in the foot a little bit. That it is, maybe. The consequences of our own actions. Yeah, I got into Godot, like, right when I started getting interested in making a game was when, I mean, there was a lot of the controversy around Unity, right, where they changed that pricing model. Hello, Stony Eagle. That was gonna, you know, charge people or whatever it was. Honestly, I wasn't making a game yet, so I didn't have a dog in that race, but everybody was switching over to Godot and said it was really cool, so I switched over to Godot, and I do like it. But this is the same project that I started learning on. I just kind of jumped into the game I wanted to make instead of practice projects. So I have stuff that I've shot myself in the foot for sure. And I prefer strongly typed languages. I got lazy because it let me. Let me see if I just quickly turn off strongly typing, if I can launch the game or if it'll just crash. Because I am a little bit in the middle of it. I just want something visual because there's people here, you know? It might just crash. It might not work. It's running. It's until I get into a battle. I might be able to do it. I might be able to put this on screen. Okay. Hold on a second. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. This is where we're at. Well, I'm doing my refactor or whatever. Not a refactor, really, just like strongly typing everything. But that radial clock I was going to show, or I did show. Let me just change my camera. I'll just move myself up here. Oh, wait. All right. Yeah. Right down here is where I want it. Because there's a bit of space there. And like when I pop up a menu here, you can see it. And we get the little clock instead of the, let me move the game, the chat here. Right here, there's like a bar, and kind of gets in the way of the spinning wheel of characters, but it's the best way. Chat. All right. Don't really need to see that right now anyway. Right where my head is would be where the clock is, and then let's see. I'm still trying to figure out, like, when I put the skills menu up, it slides out like this, but the clock couldn't cover that, so it might just like duck away, like that. Same with items menu. Oh, well, that crashed actually. All right, that's why it's frozen. Yeah, the items menu just crashed it. Still in the middle of refactoring. But that's the idea. I'm thinking maybe the clock either ducks that away or like could raise up behind that menu, but then it would be blocking more of the minions that you can see. I'm not sure what the best solution to that is exactly, but okay, item. I've been putting variant, which could be a bit dangerous because I can really just have this be any type. For targets, every item and skill has a target just in the function that when you use it. And what I had before was like, because it was untyped, it just said target. If it was single target, it would do something to that target. If it was multi-target, then it might be like a whole party of enemies that you're targeting. And then it would like cycle through because you'd be passing in an array. And now I'm strongly typing it, but I don't have like two different methods for that. And like right now I'm just using variant. Later I'm going to split it into like, I don't know. Skills could be two different subtypes of like single target skill and multi-target skill. But right now they have an enum that just says how many they target. So it's kind of fine if I'm just careful about it. Like I know that it's going to be either a single battle entity is what I call the superclass to both party members and enemies. A single battle entity or like an array of them. It could even be mixed, so like it could get complicated if I don't put variant. Like I could put a skill that targets just a bunch of like. I guess what you would do if you wanted something, let's say, I don't know, like a magic hailstorm that could hit anybody on the field. The cleanest way would probably be to just pass in an array of all party members and enemies, and then maybe randomly select some targets after the fact. But you could pre-random select targets and then put them into an array and then pass that into the function. So maybe just keeping it as a variant. Like it could be anything. It could be even like stat buffs skills have like no target. They just, you do it and then whoever does it gets the benefit. But I don't know. There could be things like more different types of targets than that, right? Like other than single targeting your own party, single targeting like for healing, single targeting an enemy for an attack, or like multi-target of either or none. There could be more possibilities than that. So variant is probably okay. Oh wait, I'm clicking through. I didn't put the strongly typing back on. I was gonna stream yesterday. However, my kid got stabbed in the eye by a cat claw, and we had to rush her to the hospital. So she's okay, but we got to give her eye drops now, and yeah. I mean, it's a little old now, but I just got scratched by that cat taking them to the vet. So now I have to, that same cat, we have more than one, but has like a viral infection that's like affecting their sinuses and eye, and I'm having to like give it pills multiple times a day, and then our kid eye drops multiple times a day, and like I've got a list on my phone of like all the like medications that I have to do for people like the next 2 weeks at all these different timings. So yesterday was kind of a wash. They're okay though. I normally don't stream on weekends, and then Saturday I would have had the opportunity. And I almost took it. And I was just like, I'll just do weekend stuff. But now I kind of wish I did Saturday. Been getting a lot done since I started streaming my game. Where was I? Somewhere. Right. Okay. Let's see, what else do I have to do? One of my earlier streams, I was working on, I think, the back sprite to the skeleton. And I just kind of left that because I wanted to work on menu stuff, but this is going to come back depending on, I think it's more fun to watch pixel art, but I really got to get this refactor done. But either I'll finish this on stream, or I really want to just start like a new character and animation on stream and just like do it from scratch. Probably won't fully fix all the UI stuff right away. I'll fix this refactor and do all of this, and then this is setting me up to be able to fix the UI, but I think I'll put that off. Like, as long as it is in a correct state, and like better organized, and then maybe do some like pixel art just for a little break, something a little more visual. And just because if I go too long with like no new enemy types in the game, I just keep seeing the same thing too. So all right, so what is this? Shop main menu. Okay, that's like a shopkeeper. I think. Maybe not. No, maybe that's just like the shop display menu. Okay, it's current inventory. I guess I'm passing that in from somewhere. Okay. These are, I mean, now I'm having to strongly type menus that I didn't even finish in the first place, but because I don't have like a fully functional shop. It kind of functional shop, but not really. Okay, shop display dot set inventory is shop display. So it's an array of shop listings. Which is like a resource of I believe just a list of items with how many or how much they cost. Array shop listing. Now does shop listing have? That should be a resource, right? I believe. I mean, okay, so it's here. Why am I not finding it? Okay. Oh, okay, it's in crap. I can get away with that if I just make it a generic array. For now. But that class of shop listings was like defined in shopkeep. Okay. Not sure how far down I was. Not very far. Hi, SensCom. How's it going? I think for these anonymous enums, I have to do int. All right. I'm not sure if it was this far down. Oh yeah, it wasn't this far down because I thought that was a group of enemies, but it was a group of minions. We might have been through all of the fusion ones and then working on the shop menu. Shop main menu, right, okay. Right, so the current inventory was just an array. Huh. Wait, can I strongly type that? Okay, if this is typed as just a generic array, I can still say what it is, I believe. No, wait, shoplifting is not in the current scope. All right, that's used elsewhere. I'm gonna just have to make it its own resource then. Shopkeep. So we'll make it a resource. Let me just check. I don't know if these need to be export or not, but I don't think it hurts if they are. I think maybe because I might just be able to manipulate them in the inspector if I'm setting up a shopkeeper, so. Right. Okay, so this is still fine. This was being sent back as a generic array, but now we can actually make sure that it's properly typed. Okay, that had nothing in it. Let's see. Okay, that's adding shop listing and shop dialog, shop display. That is where we also had an array of shop listings. The buy listing just a scene, or is it oh, this is the button. I one of them I have like a listing that's a resource and then another listing that's the actual button that displays it. That needs to be cleaned up for sure. Right now I'm just putting in all the types, making sure that it actually is correct. And they need better names, but and this is an item listing from, okay, when we're selling, the player stats inventory has an item list, which might be a dictionary. Okay, so it stores an inventory. Yeah, item list is a dictionary. While we're here, item list is a dictionary. Oh, wait. I think the type of the thing you're iterating over is just the key. That makes sense. That should be. Cell menu. These children are just nodes. This should be just an integer. Item name I can tell from below is just a string. Total is an integer. What's wrong? Ah. Okay. activate listing. I need to know what I'm passing into this. If it's the... Because it's you selling it. So I don't know if it's the same sell listing that the merchants use. It has item and price. That might be what I passed into there. But I'm not 100% on that. Okay, I'm probably gonna have to pull up the whole shop menu. Okay, sell how many is the name of that node menu, whatever. Sell menu dot activate. Okay, you activate it with the children of this selected index. Oh, wait, that's just picking a particular child. Okay. What does that get populated with? Is it maybe taking that information just from the button that you click for the items that you want to sell? Because it does appear to be a node. I'm just trying to figure out what kind of node. Okay, you're calling activate with a node, and then oh, that's not it. Okay, this. I mean, that'll satisfy it for now, but right, so the initial count is 0, and then you like tick up like how many you want. Where are we activating it? It's the children of the cell menu. Okay, if we sell it, then we're adding children to the cell menu, which are cell listing scene. Yeah, okay, right. Cell listing is like a button that displays items you can sell, basically. It's not the best way, but it makes it less confusing now that I figured out what I was doing. That should help. See, for like every time I'm seeing child, I'm putting like as a child node, because get children returns the nodes that are children in the tree, and then you queue free them. I think for this buy menu, the children of it should just be buy listings. Same here. Yeah, okay. So that, I mean, that should be correct. It'd be best to get rid of node as a type and variant as a type as much as I can. So maybe another pass over at the end will give me that, but they're just a bit too generic. There are genuinely reasons to have that in, like, I just have like a generic menu. You cycle through any of its elements and they all work the same no matter what is there, no matter what type of button is in it. That would be a place that I could actually put node as a type, but beyond that, count is definitely an integer. By how many? I'm gonna say that's a buy listing being passed into there. I'm gonna have to test my shops, but by how many confirm? Or wait, by how many? What was I just on? Confirm? No, wait, activate with the buy listing, and then sell how many has an activate with the sell listing. Yeah, okay. There we go. All right, that should work. It needs to be a type of thing that doesn't have any other kinds of children. So, like, if I had a background or whatever, or like visual control elements, I can't put them in the same part of the tree. So I just have to be careful of that. It'd be like a node on the side, and then those could be like contained within a node that contains them both. So the visual element and then the actual list that you manipulate should be separate. Let's see. Not sure I caught all of the scripts that don't have a class name, but no. Oh, that's auto-loaded. Okay. That's why I don't need it. Save manager's probably auto-loaded. Let me just double check that. Yeah. And I have all sorts of errors here. I think I'm just saving save files in a text file right now, and I need to figure out how you're actually supposed to do that. And this is just loading like default dummy party members that I can test with. I can put in whatever abilities I want. Usually just has the newest stuff that I'm testing out, or like a variety of things. File access.open. So return a file, or maybe just a file path. Save file dot storyline is the type just file access. It's a method of file access. It's definitely not the best way of handling file saves, but it's more just like text file based for me to test out right now. And I just need to get it to work. Player stats.open containers. That would be like trying to remember a list of okay, it's an array of strings, I guess. So like naming like treasure chests that you've opened could have unique names or something. And then when you reload like a room, it checks if any of those containers are in your open containers, and will like open them as the room is loading. Returns a string. Hoping this type. And then this one I'm hoping it's a dictionary again. Hmm. Now I'm trying to remember party member. Oh no, okay, it'd be in battle entity. Because party members and enemies both have a list of known skills. Known skills is an array of skills. Okay. I thought for some reason it might just be a list of like their names as a string, but damn, where was I? Shit. Oh wait, maybe maybe I was on this line and it was the name of the um, party member that you initialize, and then you return a party member. And it's like loading from the dictionary entry for your party members. Each have like a lot of data associated with it when it's loading it back. So like, well, this is the main party member when you start a new game. It's just like some defaults that I put in, but like for any of them, instead of these hard-coded ones that I put in, you would be loading them back from the data that you've saved. So like, right now I just put in a name, and then it has a flag to check if that's the protagonist, which it is, because this is just like a special method for your first party member. Name, level, current experience, whether they're currently dead, max health, current health. They have like growth rates for different stats. Max MP, current MP, strength, defense, agility, mind. They have like a character portrait, all of their known skills. So yeah. This one returns a party member. Save data, I believe, was just a dictionary. I have so many like types to add back that I'm sure I messed it up somewhere, but oh, this might be where I had to check it back. So for skill, this is a string because it's just stored in the dictionary. It doesn't store the whole object. For skill string. So it is being stored in. Oh no. Okay, this is why. In party member.known skills, that's an array of skills, but then it's being stored in the dictionary as a string. The skill name is, but then when you load it back, for each string, which is the skill name in the dictionary, then you have to instantiate that skill into their known skills array. This is kind of what comprises the stats that aren't associated with any particular party member, but are the player stats. So like how much gold, what the current like time on the clock is, which if it doesn't make sense that it's an integer right now, it's not like a literal clock. It's like the battle clock, the like how many units of time in the battle. It goes from like +8 to -8. Their current like position, their scene, whether they're rotated like 0, 90, 180, 270 degrees. These are constants, and an array of their current active party, their backup party, how many like treasure chests they've opened, stuff like that. So like everything else is associated with particular party members. A lot more needs to be added to that. Like there's certain functionality I have in the game that isn't stored long term, and I need to like go back and add that when it's working on the save manager again. Because I've added things that are tracked maybe locally, but then they're not updated permanently. Because I maybe made the save manager a while ago. What's a message in message display? Maybe that's not its own type, or oh no, class message. Okay. Hopefully that may be able to stay internal to this class, but I believe so. It's just kind of, this manager manages it, generates its own messages, and then can display them. Sort of like the text that displays on screen when you use skill summarizes like damage done or what happened. Okay, the battle manager is like all of the battle logic for the game. That's a big one. I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom. All right, I'm back. Okay. So yeah, now I'll tackle this one. There's so many red lines up here. Let's see. Sometimes the least complicated functions are down at the bottom. Okay, so this I can see can possibly return null. So let's see, it might just be variant for now. What does it do? Random from the array of per mini array, I guess. I mean, that should always work. That might give me trouble later. If I ever like call it and it's expecting a variant or whatever. No, when you do variant, you can just whatever is the variable assigned to it, you can type it as anything, I believe. I think it's when it was like an array of variants. I can't pick what type of array to strongly type it to, but okay, valid target is okay. This is when I say lowest HP party attack target, it has to be party members. So it returns a party member with the lowest HP. Just different like enemy AI type stuff where I'm like, if I want to go code in their logic that they need to target the party member with the lowest HP for a certain attack, then that will is just helper functions that exist in here in the battle manager for logic and stuff. But there's certain ones like that where there's like an enemy version, or no, there's not an enemy version. It's because you are playing, you would just pick whichever target you want. So I guess there isn't a corresponding opposite that I need to combine it with. Some of these logic ones are just like for the enemy only, select the party member with the lowest HP. Let's see. But in some ways, these are so similar that there's got to be a way to combine these where. Okay, so all of these starting with an empty array of valid targets and then iterating over all the party members in the active party. This is, I guess these are all like single target, which and when you're like choosing which, or when the enemy is choosing which one it actually wants to target. If they're not dead. Oh, and in this case, if they're not silenced. Because you don't want to. Okay, so if a skill silences an enemy, or an enemy wants to use an ability that silences their enemy, which is you, a party member, they're not going to choose one that's already silenced. That would just be bad AI. So, yeah, there's just corresponding ones for all of these. Like, it's not going to use a attack that causes berserk status effect if you're already berserk. It's not going to poison you if you're already poisoned. But this whole method's the same. So I'm wondering if maybe I could just have one and then just pass in a condition and be like, if it's not that, then do it. That would make more sense, probably. Yeah. Probably consolidate these all into one method, like a single status check, and if it's like not that, or maybe even an array of them. I'm trying to think, like, if an ability causes more than one status effect, like let's say it causes poison and blindness and sleep, and it's just some sort of blight that's really bad. Do I want my enemies not to use it if you're any of them? Like, should it not try to do them if you're poison? It shouldn't try to put you to sleep or blind you either. Probably not. Like, I guess the only way would be if you pass in a list of conditions and it's none of them. Thanks for the follow, RJ. Thank you very much. I honestly, I got on today and I'm like, I'm gonna be doing code, and it's like not even adding like new stuff. It's just refactoring or like fixing up my code. And so I'm pleased that it was kind of hopping there for a second with the raid, and then got a follow out of it. I'm glad you find this interesting at least. Yeah, I'm thinking if I replace this with a generic function that passed in an array of party member, or not an array of party members, passed in an array of conditions, and it just can't be any of them. I guess that would make sense. If you have yeah, so for the example I gave, if somebody's poisoned and put to sleep but not blinded, would the enemy still use the ability that can cause all of them? Maybe. It might have to like score the priority of that, where like it would decrease and then you rank it with at that point it might be an opening move or something, but then at that point, if it's already two of the three effects are already applied, then the score would be lower than just doing a normal attack. So yeah, I think I'm gonna have to build out a system where each option that, like right now, the logic for an enemy passing their turn is just a tree that I hard coded in there, where it's like, for example, the Necromancer has something in there like, if you can use Fireball, then use it, but if not, then just do a normal attack. I'll have to put it in where they will have options and then they'll be scored. And then sort that, and whatever their best option is, they'll do that. And an option, I guess, will be a combination of what skill they're using and who they're using it on. So that could be a lot of different possibilities. Well, it could be everybody could have up to 8 skills. Enemies probably won't when you encounter them most of the time, but let's say 8. And then let's say they are all single target effects that can attack one of any of the party members, and I guess like 32 possibilities. Maybe use an item. What I also have to consider is the way the battle clock works is, well, it's quicker to pull it up on a sprite, I guess. Here, I'll pull up my new one that's not finished. But okay, for example, each ability they can, let's say they have all their time, it's the enemy's turn, they're over here at like 8 units of time, and they could either use something that costs 4 and then another one that costs 4, or that costs 5 and then it's your turn, or they could use like 4 abilities that cost 2 and then they use one that costs 1 and then you're over here, whatever. Well, each enemy or each party member can only use an ability once per turn, but if one of them uses the big one, then they can use up all the time and you could end your turn immediately. So yeah, ranking those possibilities, there'd be a mix of like, okay, each person could have those, like what I say, 32 possibilities, like maybe 8 abilities that they could each target 4 different of your party members, but then you have to rank that with like, right now I have them going in a random order, enemies, which might be the easiest and players might not really notice. But then if I want to get really smart about it, like you encounter 3 enemies, which one would be smarter for them to go first if it's going to be like a pretty difficult AI? And I don't know if like most JRPG enemies, at least in like an older style of game that I'm emulating here, is like, how much more complicated than that do you need to get? Like really, like you could, if you randomly select an enemy and they choose their best option each time, that might be enough variety, but there might be also cases where like I really hard code in like a strategy for them. Like they're going in, it's a tough fight, it's a plan where they're like one of their guys sets up the next guy for an attack, and that's always their plan, or at least that's their highest score um, most beneficial thing for them to try to do to you, and not necessarily random. Like if I have one enemy that buffs, it would make sense for them to go first and buff their ally, and then that ally tries to attack you, versus just randomly selecting them. Because you can, I mean, you as the player can choose what order to use your attacks in, and you could do anything from having one party member just do a big attack a bunch of times, um, to having everybody do a small attack, choose what order to put them in. I want It'd be a lot of work, but now that I think about it, but it would be good if the enemies could strategize like that. I feel like I should enter a game jam and make a small game just for fun. I mean, I don't want to get like too distracted from this, but I would like to see how good I could do if my game was like genuinely scoped properly, and starting from knowing more, versus this, which was big scope, starting knowing nothing, fixing a lot of stuff now. I mean, it's on track. It's like doing um, progress, but because I know how to fix it, but there is still stuff to fix. And I'm just curious if I made a like genuinely very small game. I think it'd be pretty fun. But the idea I keep coming back to, that is not that at all. It's like so overly scoped that I don't even think I would be able to make it. Is like I keep coming back to the game Shadows of Doubt. Has anyone here played that? It's like a detective game that um it's just everything is simulated. The NPCs walk around all over the little city, and they commit crimes. Like a murder is it happens, and then it's the evidence is like procedurally generated, um and like they have jobs, and you can go break into an office building and dig up their employee information, look at like security cameras, like find out their name from scraps of paper or phone number, find out all this information about them, and they all have it simulated and whatever. So I was playing that. I keep going back to it. And then I played like another one of the Phoenix Wright games that I haven't played in a while. recently too, and I was just thinking and mulling this over in my head, and like I could not make this game, I don't think, but I'm like, wouldn't it be cool if you had a game like Shadows of Doubt, mixed with Phoenix Wright, where like you get to do the investigations of crimes and also the prosecution, and you have to like, or like either or, just do whatever you want in that session. Like maybe if you're doing the prosecution, it's like in a Shadows of Doubt times type of framework where like you can just collect all this evidence, put it on like your pin board, and like make your own connections. Like you have to write notes or whatever. And trying to code the logic of doing the prosecution too, where it's like you have to convince, or the defense, maybe evidence is presented as not perfect, and like you're able to, instead of like in a scripted way like Phoenix Wright where it's a visual novel, maybe there are logical connections that are like an immersive sim type of thing where you have an opportunity to present certain things and then they're countered, based on like, maybe you present a piece of evidence and there's like a simulate, like not that it's like fully solvable where like you always have to do this in the case, but like, you know, you present a murder weapon with fingerprints on it, and then you get sent back like they present like, well, there's also other fingerprints on it, like this can't prove that so and so is the only one that handled it, or whatever. Like trying to like make a web of different connections and trying to logic your way into making something conclusive. It's just an idea I keep coming back to. I think it would be cool. I think that's a massive idea, though. I don't think. I mean, Shadows of Doubt is very, very fun, but also flawed, but very fun. It's not. I guess it's not. I like it a lot, but I would say maybe it's not the complete realization of even its own thing. I mean, it's. I don't. There's not quite a detective game like it, but there's definitely like patterns you can pick up on it. Okay. Battle Manager might be done. That's a 3D model of some kind. I don't know why it's here. What is this? Literally just a cube. Okay. Oh, wait. Fusion manager, this, and then that. Battle manager was where we were. Only got a couple of scripts for items so far. What is this? Okay. This is one of the more... This is another thing I need to switch or consolidate where the minions have two different functions depending on whether they're attacking the enemy party or the player party, and that doesn't seem like that's just code duplication, and I need to fix that. Because it doesn't have to be. I guess the reason is like it displays different text, but I can just use like a ternary operator for that. So much like I guess it might play a different animation once I put those in, but like so much of the logic is the same that I don't want to have duplicate code. Can't even believe how much stuff I left untyped. I would just haphazardly put some stuff in it when it was very clear, but it's the parts where it's not clear where I really needed it. So I'm so glad I'm doing this now. If it got any worse, man, I would have never been able to untangle it. We've already done that one. Party. Is party ever accessed? Do I assign to it? No, I do not. I probably thought I would have to store the, I guess, active party here. I didn't have to store it. I also want to put in more signals into my code. Just really clean up. What I want to do is put a global class that's like a signal bus where I can just call that to send the signal from anywhere. Because the source of a signal that, say, updates a certain UI in the battle menu might be, I mean, several different UI elements might want to do that. So just reach up and have the signal bus do it. And then basically, other things would just have receivers for the most part. Like several things have an update view function that's specific to them, but you'd have the signal bus that would send a signal that says to update the views. And I might have to have maybe one only for the battle menu and one for the overworld, because I don't know what happens if I send out that signal. No, well, no, not really. I was gonna say if I send out the signal to battle menu elements, or that battle menu elements accept, and I'm in the overworld and that scene isn't there, then all of those elements. But I think because they're not there, they're not going to receive the signal. There's no node to receive the signal. So it actually shouldn't break anything. If I'm understanding right. Okay, there's a lot of different UI stuff on the battle screen here that needs to be fixed. Oh, was that it? Skill menu. Oh, there's one. Right, that's another one that's in global enum that is anonymous, but I eventually want to change. Maybe put probably just have to put all the enums in a class together and then give them a namespace, because right now they're anonymous. Okay. Items earned. I have to know what is starting the rewards menu, and that's probably in the battle screen. Hmm. Might be when I'm ending the battle, probably. Okay, reward menu dot start, and then items earned is an array of variants. I think that's because the item reward can return null, but this should not actually be populated with the null response. So it doesn't have to be that, but that's something I can fix some other time. Anytime I have variant in there is an opportunity to like go back and make it better. But item rewards, where's that? I have items earned. That's defined. Oh, it's a dictionary. Okay. So that would be string. Okay. Reward bar. EXP reward bar. Okay. Which I'm guessing is not its own class yet. Hmm. What have I got here? Where did I have total? Oh, total isn't in. Yeah, okay, that is it. Oh, I don't think I saved that yet. Okay, now it's a class. Okay. This just needs some void functions. Delta's a float. I'm not using it. See, sometimes when I see something like item, I don't know if it's an actual item or just a string that contains its name, but I'm assuming it's an actual item because I already have item name. Yeah. Oh wait, what? Why do I have... Is this possible? Define the variable and it's already defined within the... Hmm. That's probably what I intended. Because I don't see... Yeah, anywhere else that it... Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Why is this not working? Skill... Get currently selected party member. Returns void. That shouldn't be. Yeah. Okay. because that's a dictionary. I guess this is a string, and then you load the item cycler button, and then plug that string into here to load an actual item. Player control panel cycler. I mean, these are all labels, but yeah, I'll just put them in as node. I don't think that they should say labels. They're like a scene, with their own like styling and whatever. But what do we got here? Well, okay, they're like buttons that I have a texture and then this peg that can animate. But so I guess they're a label at the top, but that's not really. They should just be like a control node, and then I can have whatever I want underneath. But they kind of only serve the purpose of you cycle through them and then you click on them. Because the logic of what happens when you click on them, it's like it's in the menu that nests them, and then it figures out based on which one that you clicked on, which what effect to do, essentially. See, like this, when I say I'm cycling through children, I know that this is like the stat windows only. There's only the four, and that I don't have any other children in that menu. But okay. Okay. Doesn't seem too hard so far. There's a bunch of random little scripts I have, but like more than halfway done. I think I'm past the like really complex ones though. At least in terms of just adding the types to them. Extends grid container. That's odd. Why am I extending minion slots? We just say node for now because I don't know if that's the same if it's on the party side versus the enemy side. Mm. I think some of these just adding types to it will make it really obvious whenever then going through this, make it really obvious when there's code that really just isn't the way it's supposed to be. And this is what I want signals for, or a signal bus to like to pass it down to the right place, because I have all these like long, like reaching all the way up to like the great great grandparent node, and it doesn't need to be that way. I'll worry about that later. See here, I store the item, right? I initialize the item twice. Hmm. I guess because I don't need it like outside of this, it just like I initialized it here and then it goes down versus like putting it up here, but I can still put it up there. That was the same with the other one. This script just doesn't do anything. Enemy group. Enemy battle spot is what it was. I'm like 90% confident that they have like a spot that I put the enemy in. And then the actual enemy class is inside of that. That'd be enemy battle spot right here. Description box, damage number, battle scene I've been through. It's a bunch of warnings. It's complicated class. Battle clock. Okay. Been through all that. The intro screen. It's just kind of like a it was just me testing animation really, really early on. It's not an actual intro screen. I don't think I have a sun. I think I was testing some lighting, but and seeing if it would just move around, but I didn't put it in there. Okay. Okay. This group is where it's probably going to slow down again, and then I don't know. These skills are probably pretty easy. Right here. Yeah, this is all the UI elements for the pause menu. Oh, right. Okay. And a couple down here. Stored skills button. Get nodes. Skills. I might need to look into the pause menu for this. This one's let's see. Pause party sub menu cycler, which would be right here. It would pop up under a party member. Okay, and then skills is a label on that one. Oh. I mean, it's a node. All right. So the window that the party member switched from. Okay, that is maybe pause party member window. I believe because I think we said that the active and the backup ones had the same class, and then that's all I can think of you switching out there. I think that particular variable is set from outside. But maybe I should just get like a setter for it. That's another thing. I should be using getters and setters more often than I am. But Godot, that's another thing I wish Godot did have, was it doesn't have private variables. Unless you can enforce that. No. Did they add that? I don't think so. Yeah, they just have private by convention by putting an underscore in front. Um, yeah, maybe that's another reason I wish that I did have a lot of this in C sharp, but how much of a pain in the ass would it be to do all this, like a conversion to C sharp? That feels like more of a distraction than anything. Just these ones are going to be easy, so I'm going to work my way up backwards for a second. Honestly, for these resources, I don't even need that. I think this is supposed to be void. And I had the idea of maybe returning a boolean to report back if it's true, but or was successful. But I think I might have to make some sort of like custom report resource and then retrofit like all the skills if I want to do that. Hard at work. Yep. I'm right now. I don't know if you've been the viewer that's been here the whole time, but pretty much regretting not having static typing in my project up until now, and just kind of retrofitting everything to be statically typed so that every variable I know the type. And you couldn't enforce that in Godot 3, but you can in Godot 4. So I upgraded the project, and then I'm retrofitting everything with types, and then that should hopefully help me debug and refactor a bunch of the code. Yeah, this one's kind of a low key one. Honestly, yeah, it's a lot of tedious plugging in typing, trying to get that done, and then I think next time I stream, because I want this done this stream, and then next time I do it, I'll probably just do like a character animation, do some more pixel art, just for something a little funner and brighter, and then get back to working on UI, working out some of the bugs. This is just kind of like a big refactor that needs to be done. You're new to learning Godot, and you were a Lua web dev, so something new. Cool. Are you making a game right now? Or are you just learning the engine, or type of game? Sorry if I asked this already. A few people have told me they're making a game, and I don't always remember. But did you tell me this already, or what type of game are you making? Well, I'm glad I didn't forget, at least. Doing a 3D medieval toony farming game. Your wife does graphical design. You want to try it, and want to try out 3D model. So kind of get sucked in. Cool. So she's doing the graphics, and you're doing the all the coding and all that. Nice. That must be fun to work on as a team. Yeah, a lot of YouTube videos. I when I first learned Godot, I watched like an 11-hour tutorial and I watched through the whole thing and then I kind of jumped into it, but I feel like I need a refresh on some stuff because a lot of stuff I just try to figure out how to do and I'm like, this definitely has a solution that people know about and I'm just stubborn about making my own version of it or whatever. Like a lot of the UI stuff has to be. It has to be solved. Yeah, I'm so stubborn about doing everything myself. I have like I don't use any assets from any store. I don't even know like Godot has one. What's on here? Is it like Unity? Why can't I search this right now? Got scared for a second. I said go online, and I was like, "Am I not online? I'm streaming. Is my internet crap out?" But no, I'm talking to you. Because I have like 3D models and stuff. Okay, there's some packs. Quest system. Dialogue engine. It is. It's a dungeon crawler. It's a JRPG. Well, not J, because I'm not Japanese, but it's a turn-based RPG similar to JRPGs. Um, it. I have. I'll be honest. I have a concept of the plot, but like I need to work it out because I need it to like work together with the mechanics. And I need to write it down more. But basically, the idea is so it's similar to Shin Megami Tensei, and I really like that game. And I want you to be able to like fuse together party members, but instead of monsters or demons like in Shin Megami Tensei, it's like all of the enemies that you can recruit when you go into the dungeon are humanoid, and they all represent like kind of like a classic RPG class. So let's say you go into the dungeon, you fight a cleric and you fight a knight and you recruit them, and then you mash them together to make a paladin. So all the multi classes are like you get them and you progress through fusions. So but the plot I had in mind to explain that is essentially like you as they go into the dungeon, for some reason they um forget. Like it's a sort of like a memory hole, and you just they can't learn new abilities. So you're the party members you recruit actually like don't level up. There's something special about your main character that I need to work out. You can level up, you can learn new skills and abilities, but the people you recruit can't. So you have to combine them essentially. And I need to work out whether it's like, are you taking their brain out of one head and putting them in another, like whatever, or are you actually fusing them? And that's like the only way they can grow is like, or learn new skills is like get multiple people, mash their brains together essentially, so that they can have the skills of both. Because something about this dungeon is making it so that people don't have the ability to like learn new information, and I guess the plot will be about why that is. I have like ideas and about like what the lore could be, but I'm trying to like get it all to fit together. Yeah, kind of. obviously the fusion is like very like Shin Megami Tensei, so I'm trying to make the battle system a little different, and have its own mechanics. But the fusion is very like similar. Um, but it's just a theme of like, you know how, I don't know if you played or know D&D at all, or have like played Baldur's Gate, but you can like multi-class in it. So like you can take a character that instead of like a, you know, level 10 cleric, you could be a level 3 cleric and a level 7 rogue. And I had, so there's the idea of that. Just like picking up like different RPGs with different mechanics where you can like pick up classes or pick up abilities from other classes to make a multi-class. And I'm like, what if I come up with as many different like names for classes that you can in an RPG and try to figure out how they're different. So like there might be some that are similar. If I not generate, but like come up out of my head at research, a bunch of names. So like if a lot of RPGs will have like a wizard class, right? And maybe like a couple of other mage classes, like a warlock or whatever. But I'm like, if I have literally a bunch of them, like a wizard, a warlock, a sorcerer, a witch, a mage, like a magus, whatever. What makes them all different mechanically? And I want to space that out so that all of those different names, and I want to have a lot of them, have a niche, some kind of combination of abilities that is their signature, and then combine them. So like, let's say you have not even a fire mage, but like some class whose ability is like even like more granular. They have just a fire attack, like maybe an archer that shoots a flaming arrow, or just a guy with a torch, and then you combine that with a mage to get a fire mage, like somebody who can actually cast fire spells. Well, then like the basic mage might not have that, but if you want a fire mage, then you combine it with, I don't know, a torch guy, I don't know, some villager, angry mob, pitchforks and torches, and then you combine that with a mage and you get the fire in the mage, and then you get a fire mage and he can cast fireball, and then you combine a cleric with a paladin, or a cleric and a knight, you get a paladin, stuff like that. Like, how do you get to these hyper specific class combinations, and like how many different kinds of class fantasy can you evoke and make them feel like their own thing? And that's what I'm trying to play with. Because in Shin Megami Tensei, for example, there's a big table of like demons that fuse into other demons, and some of them make some sense, but some of them don't. They're like, it's just kind of like a random lookup table of like, yeah, you combine two of the same level, you get one that's like from the level that's like higher than that. And I'm trying to work out a way where it'd be each one, when you combine the classes, makes sense. So like, for example, again, if you had, I might have a class, it's not a traditional like RPG class really in a lot of different games, but some of them low level ones might be just like jobs of people. So a sailor, but if you combine a sailor with a rogue, maybe there's a pirate class, something like that. I want every fusion, even though the more classes you have on that table, it just expands the possibilities and the number of fusions you need to code into the game. But I want them all to make sense, like to pop out a result that I'm like, yeah, I could see that. But the problem is, too, when you fuse them, usually you just go to a higher and higher level or whatever. Some of them are going to need to knock you back down the table to like a class that was previously available, right? Because it just anything can combine with anything, and you to fill out all that space, you might fuse two high level ones and get something that's a little lower. Especially if I'm trying to fit something in that makes sense just aesthetically. So I also want to have mechanics of like, if you're sort of prestiging, I guess, your party members, that there are mechanics to, you combine them and you might get knocked down like a tier, but you get to keep certain things, and make them stronger that way. Because like the top level ones, I want them to be able to fuse with themselves too. But then there's no higher than that if I'm tiering them like conceptually. But you might be able to like loop back to an earlier class and then, but with stronger abilities or stronger stats or something like that. Well, thank you. I'm very far off from getting on a Steam page or anything because my game, like, I'm trying to really finish up the battle system functionally, but I don't have like levels made or anything yet, and I need a lot more enemy types to add and skills. But it's a long term project for me, so I'm glad that it sounds interesting to you, and I hope if I ever do get it on a Steam page and I'm looking for wish lists that you are able to find it at that point because it could be years. I don't know. I don't know yet. Um, but honestly, I'm just having fun working on it and having good feedback from people. You if you said you were learning Godot too, right? So can't take any longer than GTA 6. Yeah. Well, see, I think the only thing longer than those types of games can be indie games by one developer sometimes. But yeah, what I'm doing right now, I just want to say, if you're doing Godot, I don't know if you're on Godot 4 yet, but where am I? I think I had to click on advanced settings, debug GD script right here, and then your options for GD script. I don't know if this one was necessary, but untyped declarations, sending up an error instead of ignoring them or sending up a warning, do that. Because I this is why I have to do this, putting in these types everywhere and going back and trying to figure out where I didn't do that before. Please turn on strong typing. You'll save yourself a headache. If you already have a lot of code, it might like break stuff. Like it won't break it. It'll because you can turn it off, but it'll show you all the places where you don't have types in, and you won't be able to compile it if you leave it on. But you might it'd be worth a path to go through it and put them all in and then leave it on, so that you have to in the future. Okay, so in project settings, I don't know if you can see the top. It's at the top, project tab, project settings, and now I can see that you can see this. It's under general. These debug settings, you can only see them if you have advanced settings on. If I turn them off, you can't see it anymore. So debug, and then it's the GD script options. So just options for how you write GD script. Although I don't know if you're using C# or not. You might be using GD script or C#. Untyped declarations should throw up an error, and possibly inferred declarations. I'm not sure if that matters, but set when set to warn or error, produces a warning or error respectively when a variable or parameter has no static type, or if a function has no static return type. So that's a lot of what I'm doing here. Like, well, let's see. Okay, index, like, I don't know Lua, which you said you did, but for like, I know Java, for example, a for loop would be like for int I, and then you loop over, you iterate through. But like, even the index, because you're declaring a new variable here, even the index of a for loop would be a new variable I or index. So you declare that, but then like here where you're just a line where you declare a variable like amount, this just has no type, so I have to put in the type now, and it forces me to. And it's very helpful. Like, okay, most of these functions are void, but like a lot of them would have a return type, and then you won't get confused of what different methods are returning. For key or KV, I guess key value in pairs array do. Yeah. So Lua, I guess, is not a strongly typed language then. I'm not familiar with it like at all, but like you don't have to declare the type of, is it kind of Pythonic or like where you it's dynamically typed? Yeah, I find, 'cause I've done a bit of Python, and they're fun to write up a quick script if you need one, and like Python is like really easy to write short things, but anything like a big project that's really object oriented, I definitely prefer strongly typed. Wasn't until you started doing Svelte that you started doing things like let array string. Yeah, with the type. I find it really clears things up, and for bigger projects. Like for example, I don't know if you're here when I explain this, but skills. This is just the general skill, everything that every skill has that my other skills inherit from. But okay, so you can use a skill. There's a function called use, and other things can call use this skill. Target. Right now, I have it variant because I could have. You couldn't use strong type like that in Godot until 4, which I just upgraded to because I downloaded it and I had 3, and you couldn't enforce that because Godot by default doesn't enforce it, but you now can in the editor like enforce it if you have Godot 4, or actually not even 4, 4.4. I had 4.1 and I still didn't have it. I think, yeah, no, I upgraded from 4.1 to 4.4 to get it, I believe. Or maybe it's 4.5 right now. No, I'm 4.4. It's right down here. Oh, you can't really see it, but it's 4.4. Yeah, like skills have targets, but skills can target one guy or they can target a whole party of people. So right now I have it in as variant because what I was doing before was it was just like this. And depending on what the target was, I was either saying do something to that target, or the target is a target list and then iterate over all the members of it and then do something to them. So I'm going to have to split this into like subclasses maybe. But for right now, I mean, there's so many different things a target could be that I might just leave it as variant, which is like any type. But um, it yeah, before, when I didn't have the type at all, I just didn't really even know what it was. I mean, I still don't because it's variant, but like I just had to plug that in so it worked with the strong typing. But I think I'm going to change it so that I have to know whether it's a single target or not. Like my skills, let's pull up Fireball as an example. They have right here a target type. So you can do enemy single, and that's from either side. So if the enemies do it, then their enemy single target ability targets one of your guys, or all enemies, or self singles for like healing abilities, and then like self all for multi healing abilities, and then none are just you can have an ability that targets nobody and it just does something. So I kind of can leave it variant because a lot of the behavior is already enforced by the target type, but this kind of could be a subclass instead. If I started a new project in Godot, I would start it as a C# project, even though I think I haven't tested out myself a lot, but I know that everything seems so integrated with GD script in Godot, and I don't know how the support is doing right now for C#. I might do it anyway, but converting it, I don't think would work very well. It would be very, very confusing to convert all of it for me. I think this is a pack theme. Maybe, no, it might just be a node. What is that one? Pause item list. Where am I? Pause inventory display. Oh, and then okay, that's when you're using items in the inventory. But I gotta check what we populate that with. Pause menu cycler. Okay, new button is what I add to that, which is pause menu inventory item button. It's kind of a mouthful. All right. Okay. That's good. This one is field skills menu cycler, which I think is a sub of these windows. Right. So let's see. For child and get children hide. Okay, that's just any kind of node. And then when I cancel out, I guess I'm just. Oh no, this is this one. Okay, I thought it was way up here. This one probably has skill buttons of some kind. Field skill cycler button, that's what it is. Okay, I think maybe I've been through all of the scripts. I'm expecting crash bugs though, that I didn't put the right type in somewhere. So I'm just gonna launch a game. Hooking the view onto OBS and showing which is probably pointless at this point because it's just going to immediately crash, but I'm just gonna keep launching it and then like keep doing stuff until something crashes. Okay. That one I expected. That's not actually a bug. That's just not. I just tried to do a fusion with an NPC and fuse two of my party members, but it the ones that were in there don't exist on the lookup table. Okay, so I'll just narrate what I'm doing. I'm opening a door. I'm walking around. Um, Probably hit a random battle at some point. I'm interacting with the bed and healing myself. I'll go open a treasure chest. Okay. That's a float. That shouldn't be a float. It's saying I got 3.0 potions instead of 3. Let me see if I can just go fix that. That's not a crash bug, which is what I'm really looking for, but so it's an array of item counts. Oh. Okay. That should fix it, but I don't have another treasure chest unless I reload the whole game. Okay, I'm stepping over a spike trap and getting hurt, and I got into a random battle. The minions did their thing. We got attacked. Somebody died. Somebody else died. We got poisoned. Minions died. An enemy got poisoned. Okay. Poison damage. I'll just do an attack that hits everybody. I recruited somebody. Leveled up. Okay, well, this might have come off like... I might run into something, but it seems roughly playable. Let me go buy and sell something. I might not have given him an inventory to buy from him, but I can sell my stuff. Okay. All right. That, I mean, that wasn't a complete refactor, but it was strongly typing everything. Let me commit this to GitHub for a second here, and then I will actually launch the game and show it. I've barely shown it like all stream because I've just been working on this code, but just gotta set the window up for it in OBS for a second, and then no, that's I highly recommend Tizen's to work on that, so that's good. Let me I'll switch to the full view. Yeah, so we got just move myself. Little area to walk around in. I have ideas for like, okay, this, I was roughing out the shape of like this sort of cathedral, which is like an upside down Y shape, and then you would walk through the arches and then go down, and that would be where the main entrance to the dungeon would be down through these arches. Oh, okay, it did crash. Get child on a null value. Active group. Okay, there's a bit of an issue with starting the battles, but not always, because I was just able to do it. Yeah, okay. I did just get a random encounter, and then that was what caused the crash, but okay, so group, it sent in I guess the player controller rolls its own random encounter whenever it moves. And then I think we're loading maybe the wrong thing from the encounter table or something. Okay. Invalid access to key summon minions on a base object of type array battle entity. Oh, okay. Attack. Its target is not variant right now. That was back from when I thought that maybe every skill should look at an array and that the ones with single target should just take the first target, but that's not what I wanted to do. It's going to be a little bit before I work out everything that's left over, but okay, I did a normal attack, so that means the enemy should be able to too. All right. Let's see. Most of these items are like put in as dummy values, but some of them should work anyway. Whenever you have a window capture on OBS, it if it dies, if it crashes, you have to like go and reload. So I have like scenes ready to just like put one single window capture in, but then you have to like go and resize it and stuff. Okay, let's see. Okay, switching, that just broke it. Let's see. Invalid assignment of property or key. Party window to switch from with value of type control party stat window on an object, base object of grid container backup party box. Switch menu. I'm wondering if maybe something from here carried over to okay, there's a battle backup party box. So we don't want this. We want party stat window. I got the wrong type of window to grab the party member from when you're switching. Because I was thinking it was the one in the pause menu instead of the battle menu. Okay. Okay, what else can we try? We'll try switching again. No, that didn't work. Okay. Oh, same deal. Okay. This is not pause. Which party member window? Okay. Okay. Let's try that one more time. I need to be able to switch party members in battle. Well, hold on. Let's also make sure that we can switch here. Oh, wait, I just switched one with the other that have the same name. Okay, this works. That's fine. And then we're going to want to do it in battle. Perfect. All right. So that works. Run from battle. Let's see if this treasure chest was fixed. 0 potions and 0 mega potions. So I switched it back to an integer, but that's not right. Maybe it got reset. Not gonna lie, going through and putting static types kind of taught me a little bit about what is doing what. Yeah, same here, honestly. Like, I thought I knew and then I didn't. A bunch of them where I had to put a lot of the ones I put in were like, oh, that's easy, that's an integer. Oh, that's easy, that's a float, that's a string. But the ones that are really going to clarify it for me is like when you are forced to statically type it, and it's like, I don't know, like, well, first of all my random UI elements that I have different classes for, and I have to put it in correctly. It'll make it so much clearer which ones are actually hanging on to what. And then stuff about Godot, like if it's I don't know, yeah, you could just be iterating through nodes, which is kind of generic, but scenes, I guess, I don't know. Well, I don't think I put in a packed scene type, but when you use stuff that you didn't code and you need to know the return type. Yeah, animation player is a good one. Animation node state machine playback. I don't know what that is. But my animations are like a series of frames, and that's it. I haven't really gotten into the state machine stuff because I all my guys have like in battle and idle animation, and then I can just like play an attack animation for a second. But because it's not like an action game, you know. But I'm thinking I need to do yeah. I've seen kind of what some of them are like, and my game was like kind of designed to be simple for me to make in a sense. Share your pain for you. Yeah, I wish I could. Me, I still have my game window open. Let me see what that is. Is it something you can add as a node? No. Animation node state machine playback. Okay, that's gotta be. Oh wait, you know what? Uh, okay, wait. Never mind. Some windows that I pop up in Godot are visible on the screen and others are not. One of them was just over top of my OBS, that was all. I was looking for it. I was worried for a second when I was showing the whole thing about how to actually enforce static typing that was just on top of my OBS window and not actually streaming to you when I was trying to explain it, because that's what the second window I just did was doing. Use it for blending animations together. Oh yeah, and yours is 3D, right, too? That gets complicated, I'm sure. I think with like pixel art and frames, like you don't really have to. You don't. Maybe I misunderstand what it is, but I don't think you have to blend animations together unless they're 3D. Like you use keyframes and all that. My animation player here. I'll pull up a random enemy. This is it. I have an animated sprite. We've got an idle animation, and then an attack animation, which I need to customize. But all I did was take frames from the idle animation, and it's like, oh, he just like quickly swings his staff or whatever. Probably a better example is this one. So this is his idle. And then this is his attack animation, as I just do one of those swings but faster. So I'll probably do custom ones if I can do that. Redrawing over it, like I think to start from a certain frame essentially, and like maybe here, and then make a whole new attack animation where the swing is like a different trajectory and like maybe his face is different and all that would be I would kind of have to go back to the drawing board on the original animation skeletons, kind of. Sprites are a dream, but the art and animating them are painful. You don't know how your wife does it. Does she do pixel art too? Yeah, it's a process, but I find it like one of the most fun things that I do for this. Let's see if I can find. I'm trying to find an A sprite file where like I still have, because a lot of the times I accidentally, like as I'm detailing everything, I do it on the wrong layer, and then sometimes as I'm putting in the details, I just end up putting them, and you lose the original layer sometimes. But if I can find it, I'm sure I have one that's still pretty good looking to show how my process, but that one is, see, I've accidentally like colored over, I've shaded over the like silhouette layer, and I don't like that. I want as close to the original. That's not even, okay, that's not even finished. Why is that still in there? I will get it. I'll find one. Oh, okay, this is a pretty good example, I think. Okay. So I knew I was going to make a shepherd because this is one of the classes that I say is like early, where it might be just a job, and their main thing is to summon a sheep, which is a minion they can put enemies to sleep. So I was like, why not a shepherd for that class? So I block out like a silhouette in like rough shapes, and just kind of work until I get like a static sprite that I like the shape of. And then I separate all the layers into like different parts. So the cape back, and these don't necessarily match up with the silhouette. Actually, the first frame should be close. So I got the back of the cape, and the cape front is like layers above, like in front of the body. Um, got the lower body here. See, there's a few pixels off where like I workshopped it later on. Right leg, left leg, cane, right arm. Oh, this is an example where, so, okay, for the left leg here, I actually have shading and whatever, not complete. But a lot of the shading might end up on the top layer because I'm just drawing over top of it, and I end up accidentally putting it out at the top layer. But this one is where I actually just block them out in solid colors. So actually some shading ended up in the later frames, but then I forgot and put it on top, on the top layer on the first frame or whatever. But imagine this is all one color. I just kind of animate it this way in like a solid color. Left arm, cape front, hair back. The head. See, the front of the hair is where a lot of the shading for the other layers ended up. That's why. And it's the top layer. I just ended up shading it, and then I added more colors and whatever. So yeah, for example, what did I want? The general motion is like she brings that front leg down and looks forward and moves her arm so that she's grabbing the cane. What's a good example? I think maybe the right arm. Or maybe even the leg. Well, let's just show both. For the right arm, like, I think I drew for this one the first and last frames. So the final position. So like each part I'll do the first and last frame. So I had this and then I bent it inwards and I just kind of redrew it and try to keep the same mass roughly. And then the frames in between, I think here, onion layers. I just have it moving so that I'll take the fist and kind of move it along this trajectory, and then I'll kind of redraw the arm to reach that fist. And then with the leg, like there's a little bit of movement. The final position is over here, so I drew it like straighter. And you can lose some mass because it's like behind, but you try to keep the balance of mass roughly the same unless it's like hidden. And then so every frame, what I did was like move the heel more inward to its final position and straighten out this line so it's like a smooth, like almost straight curve versus this, which is like angled. Move the calf a little bit over, and then sometimes some of the parts only move by like a tiny bit. And what I'll do is, instead of like, I could move this over by a pixel or whatever. Okay. It doesn't want me to move it because it's one of the layers hidden or whatever. Instead of moving this whole thing over like left by a pixel, I could just like fill in maybe the corners as if it's sort of almost like water like flowing into it. So maybe you don't want to transplant this whole thing over left by 1 pixel. You could do it, or maybe it moves over by 1 pixel over 2 frames. You could fill in like this corner, that corner, maybe another pixel here, or maybe just have like part of it filled here, and then the next frame it's all the way over. Maybe I don't know if there's a better example of that on the arm. No, I need something that like really barely moves at all. Okay, so this foot right here might move like 4 distinct positions if you look at the tip of the foot. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. But some things might not. They might move more subtly. I think this arm probably is a good example. Some of that's hidden by the cape. Okay. So this is moving from here to here. There's not a ton of movement in the hand here. I guess that one transplanted up by like a whole pixel, essentially. No, even 2 pixels. I guess that one moved to the left, and then this is less moving to the left. Like this upper arm is moving to the left, but this is more like coming in. So you can just like fill out some pixels, I guess. But in this case, what I chose to do is it's bending, so it's getting thicker around the wrist. But instead of like moving this all up 1 pixel, you could imagine like just filling in a few pixels as if it's like thickening in the direction that it's going, which is almost like, I don't know, if each pixel was like a square container of water, or like an ice cube tray, and it's like flowing over, like it might not all go up by 1, but like some of it might fill over. That's the best way I can explain it. But like animating between keyframes, and then some of them it's like you make hard decisions about you know, I can't move this by a full pixel every frame if it's like a more subtle movement. And then you could break that down to like smaller parts of it. Like this is a whole arm, but like that might only be true of what I just said of like parts of the arm. And even there, like if you really look at it, it's kind of janky, but it looks good when it's all together. So like between this frame and that frame, I'm losing like a couple pixels of mass. Like it's just shortening, but a lot of this is covered up by the cape when you actually put the cape on. So you don't even know. I guess the cape is an example. Like this cape isn't moving from this frame to this frame. It's just kind of like some of the pixels are shifting over into this space and some of them are shifting out of that space, but it's the whole object isn't fully moving. What was I doing? I don't remember what I was doing in the first place. Oh yeah, I was trying to get my game to crash. Oh, okay. Um, this is the one that keeps coming up. I'm not sure why. Can't call get child on a null value, so enemy groups. Oh, okay, so we don't have that enemy group, or they don't have a child. Hello, Presto Cotilo. Prosto Cot. It's like a tongue twister. Like I know how to say it, I think, but Prosto Cotilo. It's like a tongue twister. Hi, how are you doing today? I said it wrong even then, even when I got it out of my mouth. Um, battle. That's what I want. What language is it? That might help. I might not speak it, but I'm going to Google it and then listen to the translate in my ears and then I'm gonna say it properly. Making my game, making my dungeon crawler RPG. It here, I'll put it back up. I'm intentionally crashing it so I keep having to like reload the screen for it. Because I'm making everything so that it's statically typed. Prosto? Is that better? Yeah, so right now, I made all my code statically typed because Godot doesn't enforce that. Yeah, apparently it's a tongue twister given how I did a second ago. I don't know why. Maybe it's the amount of O's. I just got tangled up in that. Um, I'm here. I'll see if I can get into here. I this game is crashing a bunch, so I don't know if I can do everything I want to show, because this is like a little dungeon area that I started on. Um, oh, can I say that? Let me say it slowly first. Koti pere koti poku tylo. Um, yeah, so like the code had, if I declared an integer, you don't have to say it's an integer in Godot, but I made it so that it will enforce that, and then I have to change a bunch of things. But now I'm looking for crashes um, before I finalize that sort of fix to it. Oh yeah, well I'm working on making the battle theme functional, so this is kind of one of the only scenes really working right now. I'm working on a lot of the UI lately, and trying to fix up a bunch of bugs. Did I get affiliation recently? No, you need 50 followers for that. What do you see points? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really dug into that, but that is a affiliate only, right? Feature. I'll have to figure out how I can check that for you, because I assumed I didn't have that, so I don't know how to check what you've got. But let's see if I see anything in the creator dashboard. Community? No. Viewer rewards? No. It's probably a glitch. I don't think I'm supposed to have it yet. Hmm. Yeah, I don't see anything about points, but probably just a bug. Trying to figure out what I'm doing here. Let me check that out. Salmon snake. What's that? Oh, there's like some pinkish purple ones. Yeah, they look a bit strange. Okay, I have this. Oh, there we go. There was the crash I was looking for. Let's see. Oh, right. That's what I was looking for. The battle scene. The enemy groups are just kind of where I hang the anchor on for putting in. So, like, if I have a group of 2 enemies, then I can have 2 spots. And then the length of the group is maybe the problem. Wait, do I have an encounter table? No, it shouldn't be a problem. I have... The group should just be one of these arrays. So I'm wondering what's wrong here. Okay, when the battle theme is ready, I may need to look in here. Okay, so when I roll for the encounter, there's like a 4% chance that I will start a new encounter, which is the battle scene. The enemy group is an array. I need to look into choose encounter. Okay. Load the current scene and then instantiate. Oh. The table type, which is a string, which is a key to that dictionary. And then you fetch the array. You randomly generate a number, which is between 1 and the length of the table -1, so it could be any of the entries, and then you return you return the array at that point in the table, which is the dictionary, and then you should have an array of enemy names. And then that's the enemy group. Let's see. So then you assign the group. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Go in the dungeon and poke some slugs or snake or what lives there. Yep. It's my game. Oh, yeah, no, it still crashed. I forgot about that. I'm trying to figure out, because the battles should launch. I can't think of a reason why they shouldn't, but I'll just print the group at the beginning of the battle scene, and then I'm just going to keep running it until I get that crash again, and I'll see what the problematic group is. Because I don't really see why it should be doing that. Okay. I'm not going to put it on screen because it's just going to crash. Or I'm hoping it does. Okay. Well, you can see down here in the console, Druid and Lumberjack, that's what I'm seeing. Also, I've been having a problem with like multiple battles launching at once when I run the game for too long for some reason, and I don't know what's going on with that, but hopefully I can figure out both. Okay. I got hit pretty hard. Okay, this is a Necromancer and a Shepherd, that's right. Gonna try to run over to healing. Knight, Necromancer, and Druid. Okay. Okay, it just healed up. Druid and a Lumberjack. Necromancer and Shepherd again. I'm wondering if it's an entry in the table that's problematic or some other problem. Knight, Necromancer, and Druid. Let me pull up the encounter table and see which ones I have not gotten yet. So I didn't get Cleric, Alchemist, and Knight. Knight, Necromancer, Druid, Necromancer, Shepherd, Druid, Lumberjack, Alchemist, Knight, and Shepherd. Okay, I haven't gotten anything with an Alchemist yet, which is just like a placeholder that doesn't have like an animation. Oh, okay. Where's my output? Oh. Cleric, Alchemist, and Knight was a problem. And it used to be that it would just show like a blank sprite. But I'm wondering if there's something wrong with the Alchemist now. Because it was just like a placeholder enemy. Okay. The reason it's a placeholder is because it should be treated as if it's in and just it's not complete, but possibly we have a problem with that. Okay. Let's see what we're doing here. Well, it is just a string with the name Alchemist up till this point because I'm not trying to load the enemy type. Is there anything wrong with the way that this is formed? Okay, the length of the group is 3, and then -1 is 2. So get child 2 should be this. And then it's saying it's null. This might actually be... I'm going to have to look in the remote for this. Because I don't see any reason why that should be the case. Because we did print... I think that was just flushed, the output. But, what do we have? In the battle, we have enemy groups. We have a 3 enemy group. Okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, now we're back in a battle. Enemy groups. Okay, we have 1, 2, and 3. But 2 of them are visible, and that's Necromancer and Shepherd. Okay, we have the Knight, Necromancer, and Druid. I'm betting it's going to crash on Alchemist again, but I don't know why. All I know is it is different than other enemies in that I don't have it fully like in the game, but I don't see anything that's treating it as if it's a full enemy yet. Because it has like a fake animation. And... Okay, there we go. We crashed. Cleric, Alchemist, and Knight again. Now I'm wondering... I think it was Cleric, Alchemist, and Knight again last time. So I'm wondering if Alchemist, Knight, Shepherd would work. Okay. Let's put in a test. We'll put in a fake table for now. Okay. I'm ruling out that it is index 0 that's the problem and not Alchemist. Because it just happened to be on that top row. Okay, it's not. Because I just had that no problem. Okay, well now we don't have a problem. With this one. Okay. That ran and I got an Alchemist. So that is very strange. Now I'm thinking it could be anything above a certain index. So let's test that out. Okay. Just gonna walk until I find a random encounter. It's like a 50-50 chance I get one that's a problem. Nope. I managed to get just the Necromancer, so that was down there. Yeah, no, it's like there's something weird with just that element. Alchemist, Knight, and Shepherd. That's weird. Oh no, Cleric, Alchemist, and Knight as well. Hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure out, and I can't seem to. Like, unless it's doing something when it's not ready to, and it just happens to be every time there's an alchemist, but it doesn't seem to make much sense. It's kind of a tough one. But I pretty much got all the static typing done. I think I'm gonna end stream for now. Um, and maybe try to figure this out on my own time, and then come back and next stream I would like to do some pixel art instead. So yeah, I think I'm gonna end stream now. But thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Let's see. When am I gonna do it next? Not tomorrow. Let me check my schedule. Probably Thursday. Let me just double check that. If I jump on tomorrow, it'll be short, but Thursday is when I plan to stream next. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna end it here. All right. See ya. And yeah, see you on Thursday if you're there, and have a good day.